Hi there YouTube, it's Musical Aviator. We're going to be driving a train tonight. And the train journey starts right about where that pin is. So we can see that we're near Washington DC in the state of Maryland, very close to the border of Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh's up there. And our train is going to depart Cumberland. We can see a little airport down here, which is the Cumberland Regional County Airport. That's Kilo Charlie Bravo Echo. Say no to Kilo. That's Charlie Bravo Echo Airport. Greater Cumberland Regional Airport. Not a bad little place. Got a runway 5, got a runway 29, got a runway, what's that, 23, and a runway, very displaced threshold on runway 11. A closed former runway here with a hangar or something on it. It's not particularly large looking airfield, but maybe one day we'll visit it, since it's right across the road from the train. So there's the runway 23 at Cumberland, and here is the trains. So the position that we'll be picking up this train is roughly here. There's a little car park for the drivers to pull up on, and there's a little gate here and they can walk across this level crossing footpath area. Our train is going to be parked on this position here, and we'll be taking it out through the yards and up into the mountains. Now, after departing Cumberland, we'll be tracking northbound up through Corriganville to Hindman, and then there's a little switcheroo where we go through a place called Hyman's Gap. This section here, big chunky mountains everywhere. We'll be climbing quite rapidly through there, through Glencoe, way up into the mountains to Marysville, and there's a near Boynton there is a coal mine. We'll be filling up our train with coal. To get to the coal mine we have to kind of go backwards down a bunch of track, and then we'll fill up with coal. Then we'll head on back down the mountain to end the journey in about 3 hours time or so at the place where we started from, facing the direction of Winchester, Washington and Baltimore. At some point the train will end up in Baltimore, where the coal will most likely go into a coal-fired power station somewhere. And that is our journey. Let's start it, shall we? Hello to LY Airways, Taunton Spectre, and JB Aviation. This is indeed another train sim. We're going to be walking to our train. So I've just parked our car up there. Walk down here. And before you cross the tracks, always make sure you're not going to get run over. One track at a time. The mouse turns red when you're on a track because you're in danger of getting hit. Indeed, JB Aviation, we had some more COVID cases. What was it, 50 something today? We're not going to get out of this lockdown anytime soon. All the events that I had planned in September and October have recently just told me that they're not going to happen. So there we go. We're jumping into the back unit of our train, just making sure that the handbrake is released. It is. The reason we're getting into the back unit was we need to set up the train to move in the opposite direction. As you can see, the engine is already running because this train has probably just been coupled up to that by the guys that do coupling. This is an older unit. Just got to turn up a bunch of lights. Don't need the engine room lights. We need to switch this over to being controlled from the other end. Isolation switch is in the run position. It's going to sit down here. And we're checking automatic brake is in handle off position. And the other thing I need to check is that all of these switches are off. These are the controllers for the engine running and the fuel generator. So we'll be controlling this engines from the other unit on the other side. The rear headlights can go dim and the front headlights can go off, since we won't be using them at all. Ditch lights should be on, the step lights are on, gauge lights off. Everything is set up in this position. Let's make sure that we've closed that door. And we're going to go ahead and walk to the front. Now remember that driver's cab back there, because we're going to be driving down the hill in that cab. Just close this after you've done it. Clear it out. And we're going to go from the McDonnell Douglas style train back there, the General Engines train, into the General Electric train. This is a far nicer locomotive. Look at all these wonderful things. Right, first things first, we want to turn some lights on and stand up in the back, making sure all of these are in the up position. Refrigerator is in, window heat is on, crossing lights are on, radio is on. The radio powers the other unit behind us, so there's a radio link between the two. Distributed power on, so distributing power between us and the loco behind us. We want to have our number lights on, and we want to be controlling. See, this says headlights are a single unit. We're not a single unit. We are a lead of the short hood. The short hood is in that direction, and the long hood is the thing that we just walked past. Okay, let's jump on to our driver's seat. Going to come down here and turn these air brakes on. So we're not a cut out, we're going to cut in, and we're going to lead, and we're going to save those changes. And we're going to charge the emergency brake, close it, start applying service, and that should start bringing some pressure in. We can see that blue line coming in, so that's powering the brakes, so we can start moving once that's done. We're going to add generator control on this side, and I'm going to turn on the gauge lights since we want to see. Put the medium fan on, it's quite early in the afternoon, and we're just about ready to go, start moving. Now there's no schedule to keep on these trains, but the sooner we get up there, the sooner we get back. We have an independent brake, which is just for this locomotive, and we have the automatic brake, which is the entire train. Going to run the reverser forward because we want to go forwards. Going to blast the bell and the horn. That lets anybody around us know that we're about to start moving. Keep the bell going, and I'm going to start moving. Nice and slow. We've got a lot of carriages behind us. Quite a long train. Way back there. So here's the end of the train. We've already started moving the front of the train, and as you can see here, this is completely still. Back to the front. Yep, that's moving quite slowly, 1 kilometre an hour, but at the back, oh yep, we've picked it up. So the back of the train takes a little while to start moving, because it's so long and all the couplings have to spread apart a little bit as they start moving. So we're now in a train that's moving forwards. We've got a crossover coming up in about 300 yards. Coming out of Maryland, Cumberland. Remember that airfield isn't too far over there, and there's massive hills everywhere. Actually, I think the airfield's in that direction. We have a top speed of 15 miles an hour. Going to come into idle, just make sure that this switch track is positioned in the correct place. It should be, but just to make sure. Yeah, lockdown to the end of September. I had an event that was going to be like camping and playing trumpet and pretending to sword fight. That was meant to be at the end of September. It's just been cancelled officially. So, yeah, 2021 is just as bad as 2020. Also, my work is starting me on the new shift as of Monday, so that last milk run Monday that I was talking about, last milk run, is going to be my last for months, many months, probably until like January or something. That said, there's a couple of public holidays where I'll get a day off, but apart from that, yeah, this game free on the Epic Game Store a couple of weeks ago, as we pass this dude here. Nice intermodal. For those of you wondering what's going on, I've also got the chat running here, so should I put the chat right there for the rest of the trip? Could probably fit. Yeah, I'm going to miss the milk runs as well. They're going to be a special event now that only happens during public holidays. Or if I take some leave off. We'll have to find another event that happens in the middle of the week. Maybe do some Europe or America flying, because I don't start work until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so the Americans tend to do events, maybe the Sunday, an American Sunday event. Like their Sunday event, which would be like 9 o'clock in the morning on Monday for our time. And then finishing at about midday, and then I'll have time to go off and find lunch and make dinner and start work. Or if we're not working at home anymore, then enough time to land by midday and then jump in the car and drive off to work. So yeah, bit of a change of the schedule. Good thing about these two screens are they essentially the same thing. Intermodal's come to a stop. So this is a bit of a long haul for a train. I think the whole journey with the full turnaround is nearly 3 hours, somewhere in that line. It's about 1 hour 20 minutes in each direction. And once we're up at the mine site, that'll probably take a good 20 minutes at least. Yeah, 3 hours. Good thing about this run is you're pulling empties up the hill and bringing the full train down the hill. So, how long is the route? The full route is about 100 miles. Ish, but we're not using the entire route, using about maybe 3/4 of the route. How many nautical miles? How many nautical miles is it from Cumberland to Sandpatch? Who knows? Let's get the map up. Sandpatch map. Doing something on this screen while driving a train on this one, probably not the best of ideas, but here we are. So we've just left Cumberland Terminal. We're heading up to Cumberland now. You can see the township in the distance there. Ellerslie, Hindman, Fairhope, Glencoe, Sandpatch. We're going into the Shore Mine, but to get to Shore Mine we have to go to Salisbury Junction, swap tracks, and then back the train into Shore Mine, backwards. Then we fill up the train with coal, and then we come back to Salisbury Junction, run this locomotive back to the other side of the train, then run it down the hill in the other cab, facing the other direction. So yeah, it's about a 3-hour journey all up. So it's apparently 193 miles by car, but trains cut through the pass. So, we're going a bit too quick. Epic Games had a sale for this game back about 3-4 weeks ago, and that sale was a $0 amount. I think that sale is finished now. It's about the same time that I did the London Underground stream a couple of weeks back. So if you had purchased it then, you would have got it for free. Unfortunately, not anymore. Awesome. I was just checking my Twitch because last time we drove the train it said we were flying Microsoft Flight Simulator in the London Underground. At Underground. How often do they do their sales? Well, they do a different game every week or every month or whatever it is. So jump on to Epic Games. There's definitely going to be some game out there that's for $0. One time in 2020 that game was GTA 5, and a couple of weeks ago it was this. So they didn't get any money out of me for this game so far, but they might get some money out of me because I might want to buy one of the add-ons that are coming out or have come out. We're about to cross a uncontrolled crossing. So I blast the horn 3 times, have the bell running as we come through. Watch the UPS van. Or is that a FedEx van? Dunno. So mate, you're going to be there for a while if you stay. Got a big long train. Gotta love a coal train. Yeah, there's always something for free on Epic Games. Let's keep an eye on it once every week or so. And then see if you want to buy the game. Sometimes it's a, silly teeny bopper game. But yeah, sometimes you get something like this. Or GTA 5 or whatever. I saw that red light, it just turned white seconds ago. I couldn't tell if that was a crossing or not. I don't think it is. So it's red and white. We're the white, and we're coming in. Now, as default, you can have like which signal is coming up next in this section. I've turned that off to make it a little bit harder. So I actually need to look outside the window to see the signals instead of having a cute sheet over there. You can open the window, everything gets loud. Yeah, you kind of learn by doing, in my opinion. So you get in the game and you see how the train works. I found it quite difficult to figure out how to start these for a while. Certainly using that, it's quite difficult, but you know, there's online resources. That car looked like it was going for it. They're doing the milk run on VATSIM. Unfortunately, I'll be working while that happens. So I'm not sure that I can convince my boss to pay me to play on VATSIM, but I'm suspecting the answer is no. They actually want me to work at work instead of fly a 747. Something about the NBN contract and that kind of stuff. This here is a whistle board. Basically it means when you pass this, blast a horn. And it's because of these level crossings as well. There's another one up in the distance. When you blast the whistle, you should be running the bell for the crossing. In this kind of train, when you blast the whistle, it's got nothing to do with the bell. You've got a different button for the bell. In the other one, going the other direction, when you blast the whistle, the bell happens regardless of if you want to have a bell or not. Yeah, I've been working from home for far too long. How many carriages on this train? There's like 50 of the things. So it's a massive train. I'd love to, for instance, as we pass under this bridge, wait to see how long it takes the back of the train to go past the bridge, but we're about to climb a hill, so kind of have to concentrate a bit more. Cumberland, Maryland. I don't remember exactly where the border is to Pennsylvania, but somewhere along this section between Cumberland and Hyman. Always kind of gets me being on the wrong side of the road. It's like, why are we here? Wait a second. Ah, that's right, America. You drive on the right side. Yeah, it's a good chance I'll be working home for the rest of the year as well. I've just changed roles from a thing where we're doing on-the-day installations in homes with the technicians like doing 1-hour jobs to the network side of things. So now my technicians are doing week-long processes with multiple people involved. So the scheduling is slower paced, but takes more time. And we pick up jobs from like closure reports. Some jobs like happen on the day and then they come back and go, all right, this thing has to happen. We need to have a whatever happen the next day. And that's why I'm there after 5 PM to catch all that weird inbound work and then turn it into jobs. So we check through all their documentation, figure out what needs doing, and then see if there's any contractors in the area that we can employ to make that happen. So given the work really starts after 5 PM for the scheduling side, it's basically catching problems after they've already happened and we need remediation to come out and fix things. It's a bit of an awful shift, finishing at 11 PM at night. There's some weekend work as well, so we'll see how that goes. Don't have a clear schedule yet. But one thing I do know is milk runs are pretty much out. Yeah. Saw the hill just start to rise a little bit. I like the fact that you've got this hill indicator here, but I guess that's because you can't really feel. If you're sitting in the cab of a real locomotive, you just feel the hill come up and you're okay, I'm going up a hill. Open the window. Then a ladder right there. That's possibly true, not as harsh as Melbourne was last year. It's getting there though. On Mondays you start having a curfew, if you're in Sydney that is. Horn is louder with the window open. So is the bell. We're in the 35 zone now, 50 coming up. The issue is I keep on missing or can't even barely see the speed signs. Melbourne I think was 8 when we were doing. At the moment it's at 9 PM, same as you guys in Sydney. Last year was 8. I remember it being 8 because there's a YouTuber that I watch the live streams of every Tuesday and Thursday, and he starts at 8 PM. It's like every 8 PM it's like, hello everybody, welcome to being in curfew again. Everybody should be home. The kids should be in bed. Time to start the live stream. Crossing coming up. I'm sure this is an uncontrolled crossing. Might not be. No, it is. That's a proper uncontrolled crossing. No boom gates. That dude looks like he was just pulling out into the driveway, about to come out. He's got 50 cars to watch go past. The good thing about having this little head-up display is you can drive from the back of the train. Here's an empty coal car, empty at the moment. In about an hour and a half that'll be full. And coming back down the mountain. Let's see if we can spot that car that was just about to pull out as we went past. Here's that crossing. There he is. Bye-bye. Nice little red flashing light at the back there. Another whistle. It's tempting to go fast, but we don't actually have a timetable on these trains, as I said. Basically, what we'll end up doing is we go up the mountain, we load all the coal onto these tracks, we come back down in the other engine, and when we come back down it'll be night time, about 7:30 PM on the clock here. Empty. Cool. And basically we park the train up in the Cumberland yards and then we go home for the night, leave the train attached to whatever it's attached to, and then tomorrow morning some other crew will come in and take it down to Baltimore. So we're not taking it all the way to its final destination, Baltimore. Yeah, 3-hour trip. Maybe even touching on 3.5 hours. Depends how fast we go, really. Don't want to go too fast, otherwise you throw the train off the tracks. Indeed, not bad for the free game. There's another whistle point. Lol. And another one. Slightly going downhill now. Back up handle. Again, slight drop off and back up. .50 zone, 50 mile an hour. Not a bad landscape. I'm sure we've flown over it before. Anytime I've come out of Washington, Dulles, for instance, headed west. Have I ever done Dulles to Pittsburgh before? Not sure. Dallas to Memphis has come over here. I'm not sure how many miles to our destination, to be honest. It's about 70 from Cumberland up, so there's no countdown. You just keep on driving the train until you get to where you need to go. Good thing is, up in the corner we have the go via location, so that'll tell you when you're where you need to be. Now, it's not a complete destination. That's Heinemann, and Heinemann's not even halfway. Heinemann's where Heinemann Gap starts. After Heinemann, we pass through the towns of Fairhope, Glencoe, Mance, Sandpatch and Salisbury. Then we back the train in. Must have missed the signal there. Damn it. Fortunately, some of those are just dryways. Need to pay more attention. There we go, there's one whistle post. Barely a dirt road. It's a green to pass, go. Mark around the map over here. That's apparently 65 kilometres between the two positions, just reading about it. All I know is it takes about 1 hour 20 minutes to go in each direction, and about another 20 minutes of faffing around at the coal yard. Last time I did it in about 2.5 to 3 hours, sometime around there. Another green. There's a switchback loop there. Not a bad little country drive, is it? Keep crossing this little river. Slow down, 25 at a mile. Let's whistle for the bridge here. There's 25, that's where I want to be. Going up quite a bit of hill here. So that's Hindman. Not a bad looking town. Bit small and rural. I'll visit that for a holiday, sure, why not? So, what are the plans for the weekend to everyone out there, if you have any? Being in lockdown, I don't have that many myself. Think I'll do some vacuum cleaning on Sunday. Prep a few meals for the week of another week of lockdown. Oh, Alexander, how are you doing? I've got a couple of VATSIM events coming up. There isn't an FNO this week, strangely, but there is a Brazilian event, so I've already put up the live stream notification of that. You may have seen it. Let me find the 737 down there. It's also a Pacific event. So that's VATSIM Pacific, VATPAC. Some stuff around Fiji and Port Vila, Vanuatu. You think going up this mountain is hard? This way, so we have to come back down it. I did a trial run of this yesterday, and let's just say at some points along this journey I had every bit of braking that we could possibly muster. 100% independent braking, 100% on the main air brake, and all of the dynamic braking in, and it was just maintaining speed on the way down. It wasn't slowing down, it was just maintaining speed. Even had some wheel slip from the dynamic braking, so the wheels were actually slipping as we were moving forward. I know that's possible going up the grade if you're heavy, but coming down the grade, yeah, you know you're having issues there. If sleep in tomorrow, yeah, I've been doing too much sleeping in. I need to get up more and do some exercise. As I said, I was intending to go to an event at the end of next month. Just got notification today that it's been cancelled. We're going to be playing some older style trumpety things. So I got this, which is a natural trumpet. Sorry. It's not even metal, it's a 3D printed plastic trumpet. Natural trumpet, no valves, it's just pipe. Play some old Baroque style music on it. Make a Renaissance band. That would have been fun. It's not going to happen until January now. If then. Maybe it'll happen in 2022. What's happening in America? I haven't been following the news. All I've been following is coronavirus and Afghanistan, and that seems to be all the news. Coronavirus, Afghanistan. Hadn't heard about any news in America. What's happening out there? Since we're driving a train through America, might as well know. Yes, I can play the last post. That trumpet's not really particularly well suited for it, to be honest. Ah, yeah, coronavirus. Fair enough. Yeah, they're getting Delta virus does even worse than we are. The only difference is they don't lock down. So school band practice on Zoom. Yeah, I can't imagine that being particularly great, but there you go. I love this kind of mountain driving. Like, I know we're driving a train and not a car, but still. Sometimes fun to get out into the mountains and drive around. Scare yourself a bit, nearly roll over the hill. That's a speed sign showing 25. over 25, that means the current speed is 25 and the next one will be still 25. It's a notification of the next speed as much as it is about the current speed. It's less about breaking the law and more about not breaking the rails. Because if you drive a train too fast over these bends, the rails don't like it and you tend to hop off them. Whereas a car would skid off the road, the train just breaks the rails. So that's why you don't speed in a train. We've got nothing in the back at the moment. We're pulling empty coal cars up the mountain, and up the top of the mountain is a coal mine. So we're going to back those cars into the coal mine hopper and then pull them through at 1.5 miles an hour, dropping coal into them. Then we'll take the full coal cars all the way down the mountain. Yes, Rudolph, I do like trains. I'm not that into them as some of the nerdy spotters are. Like, sometimes I see actual spotters and it's like, I've got all this massive amount of knowledge of trains, and it's like, okay, I've got no idea what you're talking about, but cool. But yeah, I enjoy a good train every once in a while. And we're driving your part of the world, well, America anyway. The sand patch grade coming out of Cumberland up to, well, we're going to the mine, but you know, in the direction of Pittsburgh. I think we're in Pennsylvania now. Maryland to our south. We'll be taking the coal into Maryland, parking the train up at Cumberland Yard, and then another crew takes it on from Cumberland Yard to Baltimore after we finish our shift. That's game design speak for before you run out of map. Yeah, it's apparently 100 miles of track in the game. Which isn't too bad. Yeah, Indian Pacific, it's quite a long journey, that one. But sure, why not? It's one of the great train rides of Australia. The gun would be the other. Adelaide up to Darwin, or the other way around. Maybe even the overland, but you know, that's pretty that's easy compared to those big long journeys straight across the country. Indian Pacific, Sydney to Perth, that's a journey. 4 days of travel. Rudy's a bit further south than this, isn't he? He's Alabama boy. It's like a random track that someone would possibly use to go somewhere. Maybe in a bike. I thought I was gotta keep an eye out for those whistle posts. Missed that one. Some rando parked their truck next to the train line. Okay. That's a nice mix of different things. Mixed goods, that one. Good thing about this this journey, you get these other trains going past. That's cool. Into the tunnel we go. Not bad. Like a good tunnel. Pretty mountainous. That's the one thing that's probably going to be an issue on a Indian Pacific run, is you come out of Sydney and you've got the Blue Mountains. So that's fair enough. You go over the mountains, over Lithgow, back down, you hit Bathurst, and then you head out into the Western Plains, and the world is flat from then on until you hit Perth. None of this wonderful, you know, mountainous terrain like we're getting here, apart from the Blue Mountains. So here's a question for you train interested people. If you were to make a train simulator add-on, say for this game, for Australia, which line would you make? I'll throw that to the people that are watching. While we head this next 6.5 miles to Mance. Which Australian train line would you make for the game? Considering the game has to be, you know, makeable. It's one thing to say, let's make the entire Indian Pacific from Sydney to Perth. Well, that's a 4-day journey. So who's going to play that? And also, who's going to make that? You can't spend 5, 20, 30 years making a game. So probably has to be a little bit more manageable in size. So this route is 100 miles. We're not even using the entire route on this particular trip. But yeah, 100 miles is probably the maximum limit. Paul Newman reckons the Blue Mountains route. Yeah, I remember the old Microsoft Train Simulator had a add-on for the Blue Mountains route, and that was quite fun. It's quite a lot like this actually. Very similar kind of terrain with mountains everywhere. And these quite difficult grades getting up and down, like 2% grade. So pushing up the hill. Lots of different traffic. You also have the overhead wires. So you have the commuter trains that are electric. And you've also got the diesel trains pulling the coal, much like this thing. And the other kinds of freight trains. You also got those interstate trains like the Indian Pacific heading out of Sydney. If we were to make the Blue Mountains route, I'd suggest starting at Penrith, then dropping over the Nepean River and then heading up. Probably up as far as Lithgow. I reckon you get away with Lithgow. And then maybe even the zigzag, which is the historical route. So then you've got steam trains on the zigzag railway. Possibly 3801 going up to Lithgow from Penrith. Then your electric trains doing the passenger runs. Yeah, that'd be quite fun. Lots of tunnels as well. You're right. That's quite a varied route. Yeah, I like that idea. Blue Mountains. I'd personally love to see the Sydney Harbour Bridge in there, but I think maybe that's possibly too much for the game engine. Who knows? Go up to Hornsby via Chatswood. But yeah, I think the Blue Mountains route would probably... Well, it's a lot like this, isn't it? And lots of different activity up there. And if you chucked in the zigzag, you've got steam trains right there. And you add steam train and diesel and electric, and you got everything. Actually, driving past that, crossing it. Yeah, I'd buy it in a heartbeat as well. I'd even buy it for like $50. It's like, Blue Mountains, the train sim, sure thing. Take my money. With the hill got less steep, so we started overspeeding. That makes sense. The other one that I wouldn't mind is, yeah, the Hornsby route with Sydney Harbour Ridge, just cause Sydney Harbour Ridge is there. But then that's really a loop, isn't it? And the other end of the loop is that yellow line that goes past Strathfield, which would be rather complex to make. And not as much variety as the Blue Mountains either. You don't get the diesel traffic on that line. And you don't have the big hills like you do in the Blue Mountains either. So yeah, Blue Mountains line. Yeah, I'll get behind that. Even as someone who lives in Melbourne, I get behind a Blue Mountains line. That'd be great. Good morning to you, Birico. I don't recognise that language. Portuguese. Ah, Brazil. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I've advertised that I'm doing a Brazil flight tomorrow morning. Or today evening, if you're in Brazil. I have to see you there. Piriquito will be coming out of Santos Dumont, Rio de Janeiro tomorrow, going up to Sao Paulo, then probably turning the aeroplane around and coming back. That's alright, doing a bit of the old train driving today. At a stately 24 miles per hour instead of, 240 knots like normal. There's a 50 up ahead. That's 50 miles an hour at the next post. So it's a very comfortable cab on the way up. When we come back down, we're going to be using the locomotive behind us. And that's an old style train. That's like 1970s tech. So this is a General Electric AW 4500, and the one behind us is the old General Motors diesel 40 locomotive. I only know that because of the game. I'm not an avid knower of diesel trains, especially American ones. I'd be able to recognise the Australian ones. I know the 80 class and the 82s. I know a couple of steam trains like the R4, R707, which is a steam train down here in Melbourne. And of course, Australia's most famous steam train, the 3801. I've ridden behind her a couple of times in my life on tourist trains. Been on the footplate of 3801, not when it's moving though. It's not a station, but I've been in the footplate. The 3801 460 Pacific, 462 Pacific. They're very similar to an American design. I like melded a bit of American design and a bit of British design into one engine and then built it in Sydney at Clyde. Yeah, the locomotive behind us is a different one. Is yeah, 1970-ish design. 1972, I think. Has this nice modern 1990s, early 2000s design. So we use the nice one to go up the hill, and we use the the dank one to go back down. The one going back down has a very different setup for the dynamic brake, so I actually like that dynamic brake a little bit better because it's a separate system, whereas the dynamic brake on this locomotive is the throttle, so you have to pull the throttle back into neutral, then click it over into setup, wait for the system to do its thing, and then you can start using dynamic brake, whereas the other one you can switch between dynamic and power in like a second. So I guess the other one's kind of more suited to going downhill. And when you link the two locomotives together, you're using the power through the entire train, essentially. So it doesn't matter if you're using the controls on the engine behind us or this engine. All the wheels of both locomotives are powered, if you set it up correctly. If you haven't set it up correctly, then you won't have done that, and you'll find yourself doing wheel spins all day. Won't be able to pull the train up the hill. It took me a little while to figure that one out. A bit of reading. But yeah. The first time I used this locomotive actually trying to pull a train up the hill, it was like, why can't we go anywhere? And that was why. You have to use this thing to power the brakes so that you release all the brakes. So I've got a yellow light. Let's drop the power. There's a switch over up ahead, so the yellow light suggests to me that there's another train wanting to come the other direction through the switchover. We might need to stop for it. I've driven 100 miles. Yay. Yellow. Now you can contact the signal dispatch using the tab key. That brings up this. I wish they did that vocally. Like, howdy signaler, this is train, whatever our train number is, 460. Are we clear to proceed? It's 3 whistles approaching. It's just something I read somewhere ages ago. Keep the dings dinging until you go through. Now it's a school bus. Getting awfully close to some of those trees. Post van over there. Got a big drop off. Oh, I thought it was a drop off into the river down there, but no, that's just a random drop off into the bottom of that valley. That's another whistle. That's one advantage of driving through these parts of the world. There's not many people around. Sun up there. Not sure when the next signal is. I wonder if it'll still be red by the time I get there. $25 and $40 up ahead. Sure we hit that tree. At least the outer branches of it. Someone needs to take a pruning hacksaw to it. Yeah, that hit us in the face. That's not speed. Now run around. Yeah, that's red. No, that's yellow. Cool. It's yellow caution. So the one after that is almost certainly going to be a red. So we'll be coming back down that hill in about an hour from now. Be a bit darker by then. That sun is about to set in the next hour, hour and a half. Is that the mine site going down there? Might be. $25 for 30. No, that's just a road. Big hills. Those are some impressive hills. The Allegheny Mountains. Expecting another signal any minute, not sure if it'll be yellow or red. Hi the rail, yep, good old big train. We're in the state of Pennsylvania in the United States, heading in the direction away from Baltimore, Washington, towards mine site. So the mission today is collecting some coal from the mine site at Shaw Mine and then heading it back down towards Baltimore. Although our train will come to a stop at Cumberland where our shift ends and a different crew takes over. Very amazing views. It's a wonderful map. Good part of the world. You're in the border between Pennsylvania and Maryland. We're in Pennsylvania now. Just being cautious with my speed. We do want to keep some speed up since we're climbing up quite a bit of a hill here. Starting a train like this from a dead stop while you're climbing a hill at 1.9% gradient, yeah, it's not going to be fun. Yes, indeed. Planes, trains, and I haven't done really cars, but you know. We're doing trains. We do planes all the time. Maybe we could do trucks in the Euro Truck Simulator. Probably could do that actually. That said, I don't have a truck wheel. I could try to use a honeycomb yoke. See if that works for trucking. Probably not well. Good thing is we're in, you know, America, so I could quite conceivably just take this train down to Baltimore and then catch a plane from there. So I've got a green over 2 reds. Ah, there we go. We are actually swapping tracks. I didn't expect that. That would have been why there's 2 reds instead of 1. Ah, this is where we do the reverse into the mine site. Okay, that makes sense. So it's 5 miles to the mine site, and we're on the wrong side of the track, kind of. They put us on this side since we have to back down into the track. Not sure it'll work with the yoke. We can always give it a go, see how it runs. Don't know what I'll do with gears though. But yeah, I do have Euro Truck Sim 2. Haven't played that for ages. You could do a whole stream where you drive this train to Baltimore and then fly, you know, a 777 freighter from Baltimore out to London and then drive Euro Truck Sim. Out to Scotland or something. That'd be hilarious. Bit of Euro Truck Sim isn't 1-to-1 scale, so you know the trip from London to wherever, Felixstowe for instance, doesn't actually take as long as it normally should take. Otherwise it'd be a proper sim. Love how it's a 10-mile-an-hour zone when you're on the wrong track. We're driving like Australians on the left side of the road, man. Okay, the back of the train is apparently through the rest of the thing, so we can go fast. Big tunnel. Get rid of that. The tunnel's even going uphill. Ah, that's good to hear. Euro Truck Sim looking very nice now. Yeah. Doing the big 3 flight sims in one hit. Should do that for Cross the Pond. That'd be hilarious. The day before Cross the Pond, do a train, then the next day after do the truck. And you can like track your package. Heck, you could even do American Truck Sim. That's out in like Nevada and California though, isn't it? Oh, you could do American Truck Sim down to Pennsylvania and then land at Pittsburgh and then take this train down the hill. Make it all freight. So it's like, track your package from wherever in America Truck Sim trucks into, or maybe just from the train here, out in the middle of Pennsylvania somewhere. We're going downhill. Switch to braking instead of pulling. Had the brain then. Just let that coast for a bit. Ah, that's right. The back of the train's still coming up the hill. Eventually it's going to start pushing us forward a bit more. At the moment it's kind of almost evenly balanced. Enough is going down the hill to balance out the stuff going up the hill. And it's kind of stuck at 25 without any... Now we're starting to get more on the downhill side. And it's starting to accelerate just a little bit. We're still coasting, no power. No, I don't have a PS4, just a PC. Good one. About 4 miles out from our crossover. Just going to go back into dynamic braking. That's not a road, that's just a shadow. Okay, we're using quite a lot of dynamic braking there to hold us. That's a road. That's a closed road. Fair enough. Okay, the downhill's starting to level out a bit. That's why we're not getting those, because we're running on the wrong side of the track. Temporarily. Still 3 miles until we get to back up. quite a bit of steep going down now. I've obviously peaked over the hill. Wonder if it'll be coasting all the way down to the mine. Glad those are controlled. He said as he drives past one that's not. That's a yellow. Gotta put some effort into that braking now. Maybe not quite that much effort. It's good to go about half speed since we're wrong side of the track approaching yellow, because there could be another train coming in exactly the opposite direction, waiting for us to pass it. About 2 miles away. Let me adjust my luck to come head to head with another train coming in the other direction. Just as we pass this corner. Yep, PC only over here. Don't have any consoles myself. If you can't mod the game, why bother? Make it more realistic. Add more to the world. Change your textures. That's a whistle block for the other side. Go back into dynamic. Didn't see that one. Dang it. think I'll keep the 21. 21 miles, so we need to back up. Going a little bit over half the speed. Actually, we're slowing down now so we can drop out of the dynamic. Yes, this map and this particular loco come with the game. So does London Underground's Piccadilly line, or is it Bakerloo line? It's Bakerloo line. And you also get a German train of some sort, some intercity. High speed thingy. They get 3 trains, 3 routes, and then you can buy extra routes and stuff as well. There's one that I've had my eye on, which is the Scottish route, Glasgow. That's because the train sets look a little bit like the Melbourne ones. They seem to work a little bit similar. Of course, talking about the what do we call them? The Comegs. There's the mine. We'll be back in this train down this track here in a little while. Yeah, it'd be wonderful if we had a Melbourne Metro route, or as we were talking about before, a Sydney Blue Mountains route. That'd be quite specky. I think Sydney Blue Mountains, because it's got a lot of variety on the track. It's quite mountainous like this, and you get a lot of different activity up there. You have the overhead lines for the Sydney trains, the big double-decker commuter things. Electric trains, and you also get diesels going up and down. The Indian Pacific going over to to Perth, it goes up that line. You also get freight trains like this heading up to the coal mines, and of course, like in the city, diesels going over to Dubbo and stuff. Then once you get over to Lithgow, you end up with steam trains. The whole zigzag railway. Half mile to go before our little thingy runs out. Need to drag the tail end of the train past that point there. If you could only do one Melbourne Metro line, which line would you do? I reckon that I'd do the Upfield line, because it has a distinctive end point, and it's one of the weird lines, you know. It's distinctively Melbourne. Goes past Melbourne Zoo, goes past Melbourne Uni, goes all the way up City Road with the trams on the parallel. We came in quite hard. We need to come to a stop. Hi there, Toy Inspector. We're doing well. Proceed. We're clear to proceed into reverse. You have to go backwards up the hill. There we go. We've got some traction there. Oh, it's hard. Gonna have to drop some sand in. He's not doing well. Brakes are off. Ish. Wheel slip. Brakes in, brakes in, brakes in. Brakes out. Why is it so hard to push? Cleared it, haven't we? We have. There we go. On the way. He certainly didn't want to start on that hill, going backwards. So, we're on the way now. Once it's moving, it'll keep moving. It should switch us around, so we're going down that other side. There we go. We still haven't even gone down the track from our perspective. A long train. 50 hoppers. Hi there, David. Yeah, it's a pretty good cool line, especially the coal line, and going backwards into the hopper. We have to push the entire train backwards through the hopper, and then we spin around. Well, we move forward. We use this very nice locomotive's computer system to manage our speed at 1.5 miles an hour through the hopper, and the automatic hopper takes care of loading every one of these carriages with coal. Apparently it's 130 gross tons in each carriage when it's full. Something like that. We've got 50 of the things. Something like 6,500 tons of coal. That's not train, it's just coal. We've got none on board right now, but when we come out of here we're going to be 6,500 tons heavier than we are right now. And we've already had trouble trying to get up that hill. Empty. So don't like our chances going back up. And then we have to worry about going down those massive slopes. As I said, I did it last night, and at one point I had all of the brakes at full power brake, and it was still rolling along. Hi there, Cro-Magnon. Yeah, it's a nice simulator. I do enjoy it for a bit of a difference, a bit of train. Quite mind-bending when you start off. Like all the controls, you have to get used to them, and the fact that these trains just have so much weight and momentum behind them. You know, got to kind of stick to the rules. Can't be going a speed hooning. Occasionally I get caught out, like when we went into the siding just before to go onto this side of the track. I was approaching at 25, should have been approaching at 15. But it's, you know, mostly forgiving. Lets you get away with a few things every once in a while. Hello, Patrick. Lockdown has been extended. Chuck this back into here again. So yeah, New Zealand lockdown again. Melbourne's lockdown is probably extended as well. Sydney has been extended, and they're getting curfew as well. So they're not allowed out after 9 PM at night, starting on Monday. Yeah, that's right, David. The auto speed on this loco, which makes things a lot easier than having to, you know, manually manage speed. That said, this particular mine site, the loading dock is slightly downhill, so you need to chuck in brake. You have to balance the brakes with the other bit. And Patrick starting backpack training to be an air traffic controller. Good stuff. Yeah, pretty much, Paul. Sydney in lockdown until the end of the year at least. Start planning your holidays for 2023. That's alright, most of my holidays have cancelled themselves. I was planning to go away to a Renaissance kind of thing in September. It's not going to be much happening in September. It's going to be lots of sitting at home. I even had a new trumpet almost ready for the event, and I was organising a costume, had a sword, have a natural trumpet, like an old Baroque 1500s style trumpet, 16th century trumpet. I was learning how to play it, expecting to bring it out in September. And I won't get to play that. At least not till next year. Oh well, more time to practice. No valves. It's just a straight piece of pipe. That is 3D printed plastic polymer. So it's basically indestructible. No dents are going to happen on that trumpet. I perceive that we're going up the hill again. Keep missing a few notes. They're a bit close together. Gotta get that pitch into our head. Quite different from the valve trumpet. I'm surprised. Yes, we know where the ultimate blame for COVID to go. We all do. It's the place where it started. Some bat lab. Na bat lab. I wonder if the back of the train is up there yet. Yeah, it's getting there. Cool. Yeah, it'll be nice to have you in Batpack. It's a pity that I won't be able to do any milk runs for a while. I'm talking months and months and months. At least till October. All I get is the national holidays off. So, Easter. Australia Day. When's Australia Day this year? Next year, I should say. Wednesday. Okay. Not cool. What about New Year's Day? That's a Saturday. Alright, that'll turn into a Monday. Christmas 2021. Also a Saturday. Yep, that'll turn into Monday as well. The bats are fine. It's the labs that the bats are in. That's the problem. World Whack a Bat Day. Funny. There's the coal mine, or the coal hopper, should I say. Not sure where the mine itself is, but that's the hopper. That's true, it's not the bat's fault, it's the fault of the people that were doing stuff to the bat. And injecting it with random stuff that turned into a virus. Yeah, that's the hopper. I hope these dudes have some coal for us, because we're here for it. Wanting to clear that. So I come back a little bit further. So I have a nice run up to it so we can get our autopilot sorted. That should be enough. Okay, so let's get ourselves ready for some coal hopping. Closing all the windows, get some airflow going. That fan, cool. And exit that page. We want to do speed control. Slow speed control. On. Target speed should be about 1.5. That's set. Reverses into forward. Release the brakes. Give it some power. And we're ready to start moving in. There's 1.5, it's dropped a little bit. There we go, it's caught up. And we're going to stick in a little bit of independent brake on this locomotive because we are actually starting to roll downhill. So we should be on dynamic braking but not heaps of it. About there. Cool. As long as we stay below 2 miles an hour, we're fine. We're building in because we're coming up to a crossing here. Whoever's about to cross that crossing better do it now, because if they don't do it now, they're going to be there for another 15 minutes. Wish we had a free roaming camera. Oh, we do. Forgot about that. Camera 3, free roaming. Doesn't really do altitude as far as I can tell, but gets us here. We're going the right way. We're going to get some coal poured into this carriage here. Yeah. No? No? Not yet? Okay, darn it. It hasn't spawned the spawn location. Gamified. Okay. The game doesn't like us. We have to go backwards. You have to go half a mile further up the line, apparently. That sucks. Do some Western Canada freight. Yeah, that'd be nice. The game was unhappy with my shortcut, so we're gonna have to go back and spawn the spawn point and come back down. Gonna have to double check our back because we don't want to run the back off the line. That would be a bad problem. Basically, this line runs out at some point, it just stops. And I think that the game actually wants us to push the back carriage all the way to the stop for some reason. See you, Daniel. Have a good one. Is it possible to finish early? Just gonna check. There's no need to go all the way back up here. Apart from the game design. Yes, that works. We will continue. Now we can go forward again. I'm supposing they don't. You use the posts. These are line posts. Or you know how long your train is and how far back you're going to go. Unless they're doing some funky stuff with cameras. I like how quiet it is with the window shut. I actually don't. I wish I could hear those wonderful horn sounds a lot nicer. What is horn sequence? Apparently it's nothing. So I've ended up reversing so far that I'm actually going to have to accelerate up to the maximum speed of a line to get us back to a position where we can do our auto speed. Then we'll finally be able to fill ourselves up with some coal. Chucking some brakes in. We'll have to come to a complete stop. Yeah, right there is fine. Start the slow speed. Brakes off. Looking for 1.5 miles an hour. Right about there. A little bit of independent brake. And the speed's about to stabilise. Go a little bit more indie brake. Attempt number 2. This one will work. Regional Victoria back in lockdown. Yeah. So the front engine is just passing under the hopper. Objective completed, and we're about to load some coal. That's a good point, Dot Inspector. Now that they're out of Afghanistan, where's the next way of spending money and making profit for, you know, Raytheon and Lockheed Martin? And sadly that's true, Paul. No place on earth has been in lockdown for COVID-19 more than Melbourne. Which is pretty sad. Yeah. No wonder why I feel like leaving work and just becoming a truck driver and driving around Australia. Get stuck in your own home for too long and start losing your marbles. So that is now a hopper full of coal, and now this is about to be as well. Hi there, Cro-Magnon. I'm basically an office worker. I work for the NBN in scheduling and dispatch. So that's how you fill up a coal hopper. Yeah, I can work from home. I am. I've been working from home since May. We had a wonderful new office setup. I went into it for about 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. The old office was on Collins Street, and the new one was just above Southern Cross railway station. But yeah, I've seen it for about 4 weeks and haven't been in it since May. I'm currently working from the office of my home, right here. Now this screen is currently work, play and socialization. And occasionally shopping. I like the sound of that hopper going. That's nice. Exactly, Dot Inspector. Or live right next door to an airfield, like not an international airport, I'm talking like, you know, a tiny CTAF somewhere. Owning a light plane. I think we'll go back into our cab, now that we've seen how coal is loaded. And we just need to keep an eye on that speed, because as we go further down this bend, the hill starts to tilt down and that speed may build up, because the auto system can hold the speed up until the maximum dynamic braking, but you know, maximum dynamic braking might not be enough. But for now it's holding well. Meanwhile, at the back of the train, I think that's a hopper up there. What to do while you're waiting for the coal to load on autopilot. Still getting used to the position of the harmonics on that trumpet. They're quite a little bit closer than I expect based on the cornet or the smaller trumpet. Yeah. Hope the Novas don't complain. Yeah, it's about 9 o'clock PM, so it's probably a good idea to not play that anymore. During quiet moments at work, since we're working from home, I just pick up the trumpet and play a little bit. So this is the boring part of loading coal. Because we're not driving the train right now, the train's driving itself. We've set it up to drive at 1.5 mile an hour, and it's kind of sitting at 1.6 with a little bit of dynamic brake pressure, which it's adjusting automatically on its own, just to maintain that speed. Yeah, autopilot on the train, which is on rails, so even the speed is controlled by the computer. We can even get out of the seat and have a look back here. Might actually get the train ready for us to cross here at some point. Now what, I'm going to go ahead and, as close as we can, handle is off. Yep, that's off. Don't need that in. Okay, the heater's on, so we can have a nice warm cabin on the way back. Chuck the chain across. Just sneeze on the neighbours and they'll run away. That's funny. As I said, it's on autopilot, so we can do that. We've got half the train loaded. Yeah, it's starting to roll down the hill slightly, so I'm actually going to increase the independent brake for a second. About half. Yep, that's about right. It's stabilized at 1.5 now. Yep, that's cool. So it'll be a nighttime journey on the way back down the hill. As you can see, the sun setting here. Time here in Pennsylvania, 16 minutes past 5. Lots and lots of coal. Just imagine being stuck at this level crossing, wanting to get past for 20 minutes. Meanwhile up here, I like how it gets slightly softer as more and more coal is in the bottom. That sound starts off really loud as all the coal is hitting the bottom of the carriage there, the metal. It all starts spreading out through the carriage, and coal landing on coal is a little bit more muffled. Coal, lots and lots of coal. Sure, there's a bit going down that way. Yeah, I can see the coal on the ground. At some point, all of that coal is going to be turned into carbon dioxide and electricity. And ash. You know, there's some radioactive elements in coal. Carbon-14 stuff. Just pointing out that coal power is almost as radioactive as actual nuclear power. Only because of the volumes involved here. I mean, we've got, what, 6,500 tons of coal going into a power plant which will power it for a day. One day. As if this was a uranium, like, you know, nuclear power plant, it would probably last, well, that much. Uranium would last millions of years. You'd need about half of one of these containers to last several decades. Yes, virtual Greta. Look at all of this carbon dioxide that we're going to put into Greta's atmosphere. 6,500 tons of coal, all coming down to Baltimore to power 2 states for a day. The train's accelerating slightly, so I need to chuck in a bit more independent brake. Yeah, that stabilised it a bit. I'd say about 3/4 done with the fueling. Once we've done refueling, we'll head out into the main track again, and then we'll go back to that switching point, which was up the hill. It's quite a fair way actually. We need to move all the way into the junction at Salisbury Junction. So that's a sand patch grade there. We're down at Shaw Mine. We have to push up into Salisbury Junction where we can go into the other carriage and take this train all the way back down the same route that we came up. Except of course this time it won't be daytime, it'll be night time. While we wait, this is a great time for a toilet stop, so I'm going to go and do that now. I'll rejoin you in the cabin in about 3 minutes. Toilet stop is done for me. I just realised while I was sitting in the loop that these trains actually have a toilet in them. It's not modelled unfortunately, but down here, open this door here, and in here would be a toilet somewhere. I'm not sure if it's in that room or if it's in this room here, but there's a light for it. That's the cab toilet comp light on. I think it's that door there, isn't it? Unfortunately, we don't have that simulated. There you go. That's a little room to the front of the train. Apparently we have completed loading, so we can come back in. Our final carriage has completed loading, and we will come to a stop. Going to release those brakes. Going to come into here. Let's get rid of that. Release the brakes. And release the hounds. I can feel it struggling. And the wheel slipped. Yeah, getting up the hill is going to be a tough call with 6,500 tons of coal on board. Santa Harold, and we have a request to look outside. The train is no longer on auto, but when the train can apply dynamic braking up to its maximum dynamic load, but once it gets heavy and it's going downhill, it runs out of braking pressure on the dynamic brake, and it doesn't have the ability to put, you know, actual air brake in. So the auto system can't chuck in air brake, but it can put in dynamic brake, which is essentially running the engine in reverse. But at a certain point in the loading process, the train is too heavy to actually maintain its speed going downhill with the dynamic brakes only. So what I normally do is set a little bit of brake in the what they call independent brake, which basically the independent brake is only the wheels on this front bit. None of the other wheels have braking. So it's just this front brake with, you know, actual brakes clamping on the wheels, and the two engines running dynamic braking from the engines. And you just maintain the speed that way. There's a little bit of extra help. If that loading dock was dead flat, then you wouldn't need that. But it's not. It goes downhill slightly. I only know that because the first time I tried to load the train, it kept on accelerating. We got up to about 5 or 6 miles an hour, and then we filled up the last carriage, but we still didn't have enough fuel. Didn't have all the coal on board, and the game was like, "Yeah, please go back and fill up your actual train by driving past at 1.5 miles an hour for 25 minutes. That'd be great." So yeah, I quickly learnt that you have to apply a little bit of brake on that one. There is another mine site further up the hill, which is flatter than this one, and you don't need to worry about it there. But that's further away. That's a Rockwood mine. I'm using keyboard. Going uphill is easy enough. I think the main issue is this computer. You have to figure out how to use that properly. The issue is with the computer, you need to run the brakes, because I think every time that you start a scenario, it chucks you into being the not lead locomotive. It's like a trailing locomotive. So the brakes aren't set up to actually being run from this position. You'd have to disconnect the train brakes somehow. So yeah, the first few times I tried to use this locomotive, I went to full power and nothing happened because we had full brakes on the rest of the train. It's wheel slip everywhere. Yes, we'll go to the second engine in a little while. We're pulling this train up to the top of the hill, but then we're going to go back down the hill, and we don't want to do it backwards. So once we get to the top of the hill, we'll shut down this engine and set it up to be the trail. then we'll go into the other locomotive, which is currently running as a trail, and then we'll switch out to the lead motive. At the very beginning of this video of the stream, we went into the second locomotive. Basically down here you have to switch these three off, because if these are on, that means you're controlling these elements from this position, which is the engine running, obviously the throttle, the generator field, and general controls, which includes the brakes. So if those three switches are on, that means the person sitting in front of these controls is controlling the train. So if you had those three on in the rear locomotive would not be producing any power, because it's waiting for commands from that rear locomotive. The other thing you have to do is, in this computer, click on air brake and then make sure you're in cut in lead. If you're in cut out trail, I think it is, like that, that means you're not controlling the brakes from this locomotive at all. So when you go to reduce brake pressure to 0, nothing happens. So yeah, you need to make sure that you're in feed valve, doesn't matter what that is. 90 is default. I sometimes push it up to 100 if I'm going up a massive hill, or need to really apply a lot of brake. Auto brake cut in if you're controlling it from this locomotive, or cut out if you're controlling it from a different loco. And obviously trail if you're trailing, lead if you lead. I think we might see if we can go a little bit quicker. Other Aussie aircrafts, hope you're well. You've come at a very good time, because in about maybe 5 to 10 minutes we'll be getting out of this locomotive and getting into the other side and driving this train down the hill in the 1970s G40 locomotive. That's the SD40-2. So we have two different locomotive builds on this train. This one, which is the AC4400, a very nice computerized, almost an Airbus of a train. And the other one behind us, which is the SD40-2, which is the 1972 build, with all the trappings of the 1970s. It's like going back and flying a McDonnell Douglas MD-80 after you've flown an Airbus A320. They do similar things, but they're quite different. I wish it was a Comeg. It's a bit like that, isn't it? The Comeg is the oldest metro train in Melbourne. For those of you who don't know, we have Comegs, and we have Siemens, and we have Extrapolis trains. The three major ones in Melbourne. Yeah, the old 1970s bomb. The very manual train. No computers to speak of. So we have a white into the red. We proceed past the white. Have to go 2 and a bit miles because we don't have a crossover point until another 2 miles down the track. So we're going to go 2 miles down the track, we'll swap ends, and then we'll pull it, and eventually we'll be taking the entire train down this track on the left-hand side as we look at it from that position. And we'll of course be going in that direction. I have a yellow. We can proceed. It's like a long haul train journey. It's going to be as long as some of those bigger flights that we do, like Sydney to Perth and stuff. This is kind of, yeah, the amount of time that a Sydney to Auckland would take. It's getting that way. About 5:30 now. I reckon we'll be down the hill in about 7:30 PM. Assuming it's 5:36 at the present moment. We're running downhill, but the back of the train's still going uphill. So as time progresses, we'll get more and more acceleration from all the gravity that's pushing us down the hill. At the moment it's kind of 50-50. With half the train going up the hill and half the train going down the hill. See, these guys are still coming up the hill. They'll start to balance out and then overbalance. Yep, there we go. More than half the train is coming down. So because half the train is still coming up the hill, I'm not going to use the main brake. I'm just going to use the brake at the front of the train. So we're going to go into dynamic brake full. Bit of independent brake as well. Yeah, we're about there. Needing to use train brake. Come back to minimum. That hill's leveling off a little bit, so we probably don't need as much braking now. And the speed has come up, so we can probably continue adding power again. There we go. Yep, all for free. Can't get more of a bargain than that. 3.5 hours of coal fueling fun for the whole family. And it's not just coal, there's other types of train you can use on this track as well. There's a car yard, there's other grain trains and stuff. I'm not sure there's any that are quite as fun as the coal, because you get to see the coal getting loaded, and that's pretty cool. Bring empty cars up the hill and fill them up and bring them back. 6,000 tons worth of power for tomorrow. Making the electricity happen for Washington DC. And the eastern seaboard, Baltimore. Nice bridge over there. Nice bridge indeed. I like the name of that siding, Yoda siding. Spelt wrong, but you know, exciting this order is. Put the locomotive on the other side of the train, you must. Not good with Yoda impressions, but whatever. Doesn't really matter what we do with the train right now. We're at full power, 15 miles an hour. Hasn't changed. But we are going up the hill slightly, so it's probably a good idea to just go into full power. Ah, so we have some history and geography coming from Santa Harold. Amish people live here. Okay. Cool. Or Amish, should I say. Yes, I can pronounce things. About 1 mile into the siding. There's quite a high likelihood that there'll be a train waiting to cross us in the siding. So we'll go into the siding, which is to the left, and there'll be a train directly ahead. That's my expectation. It might not happen. Depends how late we are compared to the train. Before the train's toilet. The toilet's down there. There's a light just outside the toilet where you can turn the light on. I'm very disappointed that they didn't put the toilet as a 3D model in this simulation. Boo-hoo. That would have been hilarious. And a flusher. They should have had the whole thing. Press this button to flush the toilet, and makes the noise. You see the little water go down. Do these things have water in the toilet, or is it just a drop into the track? I'm not sure. I've seen trains where they just drop it into the track. No water involved. Admittedly, they were old steam train carriages, but if you ever get to go to Thirlmere Railway Museum in New South Wales in Australia, that's where 3801 lives. Yeah, you'll get to see one of those kinds of toilets. It's a hole. The seat with a hole in it, and the hole goes into onto the railway track. It's hilarious. I think that design was from like 1900, but still. Still dragging the back of the train up the hill. We're at full power now. We can't go any faster than 11. Yes, rather nasty. Santa Harold. That's how they used to do trains in Australia back in the turn of the century, in the 1800s and 1900s. I have myself a yellow light. We are going into the left side. There's the train that I was talking about. Wait for us to come in. I'm going to back off on the power since we want to enter at 10. And if those tracks weren't set right, we'd go to emergency braking and we would hope to stop on time. The points are set correctly. You can go back to full power. Yep. Ah, good work, Todd Spectre. That's what it is. Yeah, the loco's working maximum power, just getting through maybe 10 mile an hour. You certainly wouldn't want to be pulling this coal up the hill. I mean, we technically are a little bit already, but you know. No, instead we're going to be taking all this weight down the hill, and it's going to be a bit of a wild ride. There's going to be moments where we have a 25 mile an hour limit, and we are going to be at 24, 25 with every single bit of braking that we can get. And it's not going to be slowing down, it's just going to be maintaining that speed on the way down. It's like 100% service application of the train brake, 100% service application of the independent brake, and about 7 or 8 on the dynamic. Maintaining 24. If you need to stop, you just can't. It's like, please stop your train. Alright, sand is on, dynamic brake to 8, and we'll be stopped in about 5 minutes. Very true. Puffing Billy doesn't even have toilets on board at all. The idea is you get out of the train at the stations and do it there. Luckily, Puffing Billy is not a particularly long journey. It's only about an hour and a half, even at full length. Want to see the back car? Alright, here's the back car. Riding up along. Little red flashing lights, flashing away there. Yeah, it's a shame we can't hang out the window of the old Puffin Billy. That was great fun. Too many Karens getting involved in suing people, making the fun go away. Ah, little Billy got hurt. Sue. Don't sue the railway, just tell Billy not to do dumb stuff. There we go. These guys are moving. Yeah, I remember those red rattlers. They were fun. I rode on a red rattler through the City Loop Circle in 1988, going to Circular Quay for the, bicentennial thing with the tall ships, and it didn't even have the lights on. We came out of Wynyard Station, going up to Circular Quay, and yeah, dark, the doors just flopping open. It's pretty intense. Ah, the Tate set in Melbourne. That's pretty cool. Ooh. He's not liking that. Can we even get up this incline? Come on. Everything you've got for 300 yards. No, we're done. Let's get this window closed. Does the game need the entire train to come up here, or can we disconnect now? Ooh. Yikes. Oh, we had brake on. That's why. There's only minimum braking, but yeah, we had some brake. Wheel slip. Yeah, brakes on, because the brakes are on the whole rest of the train as well, not just on Loco. Got 100 yards to go. And then we can come to a stop here. Okay, we will continue. Okay, service application. No, we'll leave it in. Come off that one. See you in a bit. Leave it. We'll be back soon. Coupler. Off we go. Alright. Now to turn around. I was going backwards for that. I was adding brake. You can't get any more stopped than stopped. Leaving our carriages behind. Temporarily. We'll be back on the other side. Well, the train accelerates really easily because there's no train behind us. Now, something really interesting is going to happen when we get up to the cross point. And the thing is this. The signals are going to be red because our train that we just left there is still there. And it won't go green until that train leaves. But they can't leave because there's no engine in front of it. We're the engine. So what's going to happen is we're going to have to ask the controller permission to cross the red line. Obviously we're the train, so we know that we are there. But you can't cross the red without requesting permission and letting the controller know you're about to cross, because otherwise you will set off all kinds of weird alarms and truck points will come up and you'll break stuff. There we go. We need to drive the other side of the engine now, so I'm going to go ahead and get this ready, not permanently, but for now. Yeah. Release that. We need to be in off, actually, don't we? Handle off. That's cool. Come down here and cut ourselves out. Save that. We're now the trail engine. We don't want control of the engine on this side. And we probably don't want the main headlights to be on. Leave them on dim. Yep, that's pretty much everything there. We're now the trailing engine, and the long hood is what's controlling us. This is the long hood here. Let's do the crossover. Ah, can't, because that's not there. We'll be coming back, so leave that open for now. And we need to set this up to go. So up here, number lights are in, engine room lights, don't need them because the engine's running. We are not controlled, we are now the controlling unit. And the unit is coupled at long. Let's jump in. Cabin lights are on. Gauge lights, don't need them really. We are going to be controlling the train from this side, at least for now. We are now in control of the brakes, which are released, and building pressure. Emergency valve is closed. There's a reverser key. That's the key to running the engine, and we'll chuck that forward. The other thing that we want is headlights on. Close the door. I have green lights. And we are moving. So green for yellow, green straight ahead, yellow to the opposite side. We obviously want to go straight ahead. These trains are funny as in when you hit the horn. Ah yes, cutout is meant to be freight, but we're not carrying anything at the moment, so we're okay for now. But you're right about that, the cutout needs to go to freight. That controls how the brakes respond. At the moment they're just in cutout, so if we had a train we would have difficulty pulling anything right now because the brakes would still be like applied. That's probably a good idea to do it now. Let's do it. Fortunately we didn't have a train attached to us, otherwise that would have been a bit embarrassing. Thank you for your hint. Coming up beside our own train. A little bit too quick. Just gone 6 PM here in Pennsylvania. Alrighty, need to go in the other direction now, so independent brake is off. Handle is off. That's to neutral. No, that's to neutral. Drop these three. Drop that to dim again. I'll just leave that as they are, to be honest. That's fine. We'll be back soon. Okay, reverser is forward. My brake into minimum. Cutting in. Gonna push it up to 95. Switch these back in, and we're ready to move. Not quite, need to contact signaller. Signaller, proceed at restricted speed. And the reason we had to contact them is because that's a red light. We can't proceed past that without contacting someone, otherwise all the alarms go off in the cabin. And the game ends and we're done. Okay, so the reason that light was red back there is because there's a train on the track up here. The train that we're going to be hauling back down to Cumberland. We know there's a train on the track here because we put it here. So don't crash into it. There it is. Red light flashing and everything. We'll approach at about 10 until we have it solidly in view, and then we approach at about 2 until we touch it. Okay, service into handle off. Independent brake is released. We are no longer the lead. '95 cutout trail. These lights off. That's dynamic as well. Front headlights off. Back headlight, and I'll just leave it off. Cabin up here. Heaters are in. Crossing lights in. Don't need that. Do need that. Do need that. Cabin fan, no. Yeah, leave the running lights on. Local control is off. And we'll leave that in. Okay, the Long Hood Trail and everything else is good to go. You stand here? I'll leave the cabin lights on then. Catch you. See ya, Paul. Have a good one. Okay, our locomotives are just about secure. Let's go down a hill. Okay, I'm in cut-off freight. I have the handle. Independent brake is off. We're in forward. Lights are fully on. Rear headlights are fine. Let's go. We have to go up a hill before we go down it. I know what's happened. We are not controlling this thing from anywhere. Let's start controlling it from here. Sand on to get some power and traction. That's off, that's ready. Getting this started is going to be a bit of a trick. What is the MU setting? That's a good question. That's in freight. That's released. That's released. Ah, no, not that one. Not sure what you're referring to. Alright, so we're behind them now. Okay, thank you for that. We weren't controlling the back engine at all. Now we are. All of these random little things around the cabin. I'm used to driving the other thing, the big computerized Airbus of a train. These 1970s trains, not so sure. Thanks for the hints from Santa Harold. The MU setting, which is obviously the thing that controls whether we're controlling just our own locomotive or both of them, and we were only controlling us. Now that we have all, however many wheels we have on this consist, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20 wheels. Now that we have 20 wheels pushing us forward instead of 8, will be a lot better. We're gonna have to stop here. We're gonna try our luck and see if we go early, but no. Keep forgetting that dynamic I was on that other thing over here. Go to half brake. The dispatch window is the tab key. It gives you contact the controller, and they could either give you clearance to proceed or not to. In this case, they're saying no. Need to put in a checklist for this train, since obviously not everything is in the computer screen in front of you, and it's all spread everywhere, so that's the thing that got me that time. And we missed that as well, the cutoff. So the brake cutoff and the fact that we're a lead engine. Banking time should be on as well. We're still red on red. Yeah, they don't teach you that at all. It's like, you have 2 engines, drive one of them. Just drag the other one around. They really should put that into the tutorial. At least. We have an orange. Let's go. Why am I not getting... I have the dynamic brake on still. Okay. Run some sand. Sand is the X button, letter X. You have to hold it down to keep it going. Yeah, thank you to YouTube and, you know, reading forums. People like you saying hi on the stream. Dovetail's not going to teach you how to drive a train. You have to learn on your own. Just hope that there's someone that drives real trains and goes, hey, I think it's something to do with this. Don't know what key you'd have to press on a keyboard, but it's there on the thing. With any luck, my brain stores that bit of information, and next time I drive this train, I'll go straight to that. The only way that works is if you do it again pretty quick. So, for instance, sometime next week I have to drive this kind of train and do that. Do it 4 or 5 times, and then you'll remember. Doing too much learning of random stuff that I need to know. I've literally gone through a week of basically training how to do my new role at my job, which is a bit different to what it used to be. Yeah. And now I have to learn how to drive a SD40 train. Oh, that's not a whistle, that's a milepost. 216 miles from wherever. I'd assume it's from Baltimore. Might be from Pennsylvania actually, since we're in... might be from, sorry, Pittsburgh, since we're in Pennsylvania. Not sure. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, it's one of them. This is true, a sponge can only soak up so much. Sometimes you have to forget. Have to forget something. And that's what we call atrophy. You forget how to do stuff if you haven't done it for ages. We're starting to go uphill. Let's go to maximum power, drop some sand. So I have to go up the hill slightly before I get to go down. So the uphill bit, it's about 1.5% grade, and downhill 2% grade in some points. There's the whistle. I do love these flashing lights on this train. They're pretty cool. We're almost at a 1% grade on the way up. So the faster we enter this hill, the faster we will be at the top of it. .28 mile an hour. Maximum power on both units. Yeah, going pretty well. going less well now. 26, still at full power. We can't go any faster. It's slowing down. On the run I did yesterday, we ended up at 18 at one point. Coming up on yellow. And a whistle. Going straight ahead. There's the mine site. Quite some time ago we took some coal out of there. Quite some time ago we backed into it. Milepost 216. Just a bridge. There's 18 again. Yeah, this is the type speed that we ended up at like yesterday, so I was kind of expecting it now. Full power, 18 miles an hour. 17. May even get down to 14 at some point. New COVID restriction leak. At more restrictions. How can you have more? What more is there? Full state, 1 hour. The 1 hour outside per day. Yes, I remember them. And the Ring of Steel, which means the Broady Chopper's coming back. We used to have a helicopter hovering over Broadmeadows about 6 hours a day. That was a police helicopter. As you call it, Broady Chopper. Just the special delivery to Broadmeadows. I think it's because we're close to the Hume Highway, which is one of the ways out of Melbourne. And yeah, Ring of Steel equals helicopter and the police. Hey, there's some dude walking up in there. Some random dude just walking in the street. I didn't expect to see that in the sim. Sleepy little mountain town, really? Yep. Yeah, I'd be turning back as well. Like, let's cross the railway. Yeah, actually, that's not. There's another person walking around. The evening walk. Nice. I'd say about 1 hour, maybe 1 hour 10 minutes to the end of this session. Just for your planning. Still on the upslope. So I had 55 today. And you know what? I'm not surprised. I went out today just to grab some, you know, foodstuffs after work, 6 p.m. And let's have a look at my drive today. It's like much less than a kilometre, maybe like 500 meters. Just looking up the distance I travelled in Google. Yeah, 500 meters. Yeah, 600 meters. Okay. So today I travelled by car, because I'm lazy and I didn't have much time, 600 metres away from my house. And in that 600 metres I had, I know, I'm not going to say collisions, but I had traffic issues with at least maybe 15 cars. When I got to where I was going, which was to just grab some snacks, every single car park was taken. There were at least 30 cars at the corner store. And do you know how many people were in the corner store? About 4. So 20 cars, 4 people there. I don't know where the other, 16 people were, but they weren't in the corner store, but they were certainly in its car park. And the trip home, at least 9, I had to come to a complete stop at least 9 times because of cars pulling out of driveways and turning corners and stuff. So that, in the back room instead. So yeah, if that's what we call a lockdown, we clearly aren't locking down hard enough. And I'm pretty sure that not everybody in the world decided to go out at 6 o'clock sharp on Friday night. So, yeah. It was a stressful 600-meter drive because it was 1200, because 600 there and 600 back. That's meters, not kilometers, meters. The drive should take like 2 minutes. It took like 10 minutes instead of 2. Because of all the traffic on the road. Lockdown. Random car in someone's backyard over there. Clearly I missed one. They'll be harder to see at night. These are whistle posts. Indeed. Either that or just saying, we tried and we failed. Some people are going to die. But yeah, we're only, what, 28% vaccinated so far because of this rollout being really slow. There are some age groups that simply can't even get a vaccine yet, even if you ask. It's like, I want to go and get a vaccine. No, you're too, young, old, whatever. Mostly young. If you're under 20 years old, good luck. If you're under 30 years old, good luck. I have. I am double vaccinated already. Dose 1 and 2. Done. I had the BioNTech Pfizer. Apparently you sign into MyGov to get a message about your vaccination status, which I haven't done yet. I have to do that. %, 89%, yeah, that's and you guys in the South Island didn't even get one case. You're at 0. So they should have cut the north off from the south. Stop the ferries, stop the flights, cut the South Island off from the North Island and say, alright, the South Island is free to do whatever they want to do over there in the south. That's how I would have done it. Oh, nice little American flag over there. Look at that. Ah, that's the issue. Yeah, giving people like 3 days to get into the South Island after you announce the lockdown. Not the best idea. Not the best idea. The flag facing the wrong way? You're right, it is. Americans always do that. I don't know why. The flag should be flying in the direction that the wind is blowing. So the corner should be there. I know it looks backwards on the page, but a flag isn't a page. A flag is a flag. It blows with the wind. Well spotted, Toilet Inspector. Well spotted. And I say that Americans tend to put the flag the wrong way. They do it on aircraft as well. They always put the stars on the left instead of into the wind, regardless of where the left is. That means you have a 50% chance of, you know, the left is in the correct direction and the left is away from the wind. The stars should be into the wind, regardless of which direction that is. It sometimes means it's going to be on the right side, not the left. Yeah. That's wrong. I wonder if that's the real livery, because I'm totally sure that it's not actually like a mistake in the game. It's the way that they do it on the real livery of 8804. Let's see if we get any photos of this thing. Got a few photos, but they're not very clear. I legit can't tell if it's that way around or not. Yeah, if it was the other way around, like if this direction means that we're traveling in that direction. Intriguing. Yeah, the American military uniforms get it right. But if you look at some of the American airlines, they sometimes get it wrong. Delta gets it right. I think American Airlines gets it right. But if you look in some of the other airlines, for instance, I think JetBlue has it wrong. Can't remember if Frontier has it right or not. But I think JetBlue has it reversed on one of the sides. aka the right side. The left side's fine, the right side's wrong. I think I can see one with the photo. Yep, and it is as it is here. So yeah, the real train, the real locomotive has it the wrong way around. Oh, that's too funny. Yep, stars in the wrong quarter. Stars in the rearward quarter. So the train's going backwards. That's a red signal for the other line. Happy with that. So yeah, we've got a American flag signifying this train is going in that direction, not this direction. If we're honest, so that's correct for the way the train was going up the hill. When the train was going up the hill, that's the right way. Because the train doesn't, the locomotive doesn't spin around when it gets to the back. The whole consist goes backwards. But yeah, I reckon it should have been stars forward in that direction, and if you had another flag down there somewhere, you'd be stars forward in that direction as well, so the train is splitting in half and going in both directions at the same time. Like that. We're inside a tunnel. We're inside a tunnel and we've started going downhill in the tunnel. Gonna coast for a bit. Yeah, we're still dragging some of the train up the hill. Indeed, if it was coming out of Afghanistan, we'd be retreating. Yeah, if you're going to paint a flag at the front of your locomotive, put the stars at the front. That said, these locomotives go forwards and backwards. What do you do when you've got a vehicle that isn't meant to go in any particular direction? That goes both ways, just as fine. That's a conundrum. Yeah, I reckon if you put a flag at the back of the locomotive, you chuck it like the locomotive's going backwards, and the front of the locomotive should have flags going in the front. That's how I do it. But they're a locomotive company, not a, military organisation or an airline. Make some noise before we come out the tunnel. Just to scare away any animals or people that are hanging around there. We need to slow down. I want to hold 25 because I know there's a 25 a little bit further down the hill. It's about 1 mile away. And as tempting as it is to yodel down the hill at 30 mile an hour, when we need to be at 25, getting back to 25 is just not a thing. I remember that from last time. I had all the brakes at 100% and it wasn't slowed down. Got green. Green straight. Red to the left. We're letting gravity do everything now. Say hi to that. Pulling oil up the hill. They're working hard. We might be taking coal down the hill, but they're taking oil up the hill because oil comes from the shore, from the sea, from the coast. From Texas, heading north. Go to dynamic again. Now we're using the engine to stop us. All that power going into compression braking or dynamic braking. Ooh, we're slipping. We're mostly working against gravity. Cargo ship sim. I'm not sure. I'm not aware of any. Man, that'd be a long haul. Ships do not go fast. I was talking about trains being a bit slower than a plane, but a ship is slower than a train. And long distance as well. Maybe a ferry sim, that'd be a bit more manageable. Sydney ferry sim, that'd be hilarious. But you know, cruise ships and container ships take days. I need to monitor that speed. Just takes you by surprise, and then suddenly you're doing 2 over the limit. Uh-oh. We'll maintain brake 7. Shouldn't release it, should leave it in initial. That's released. A good boat. I'd do a ferry sim, that'd be fun. Sydney ferry, all those ferries between like the North Island and the South Island. The one that goes down to Tasmania from Melbourne. This is like a roller coaster. We're getting pushed down by all this coal behind us. 6,000 tons. Got the brakes going. You reckon we should do Boston to Providence? Alright. Maybe next week. I think I have Fridays off, I'm not sure. Sometimes I have Fridays off and sometimes I have Saturdays off. And Sundays. Sundays always off. Yeah, that's probably the one that's going to be likely, isn't it? Because that's where all the people with money are going to be buying it. All those pommies with their high populations and stuff. In close proximity to the dovetail. Not sure I care about having those gauge lights on. Actually easy to read without the lights on them. Yeah, French Riviera, the Nile, that'd be fun. Back in on service. Yep, that's getting away from us. Go to full service, all the brakes, more. More. You're gonna have to sand the rails, including the full dynamic brake. Ah, that's actually finally starting to come back now. I got caught there again, that 25 zone that doesn't show up in the simulation. Same place, same problem. The speed goes down by 5 and then suddenly you're speeding. So you put on all the brakes, as we currently have. We've got full service, everything. You have to sand the rails to keep your wheels from slipping, even then it has. Driving significantly over the speed limit. Fortunately it's a straight line, but yeah, that was the thing. We have no way to slow down faster than that. That's all full service application. Got to whistle. That's some scary stuff. I think we'll lose the independent first. I'll just start to back off on the service brake. Dynamic can come down to 6. We're starting to level out a little bit. That's a bit more manageable. Drop dynamic brakes entirely. Maybe not. That full sun, I think, is coming in from the back, isn't it? Not helping there. No sunshade for the back, is there? Oh, yep, there is. Cool. Didn't help. Well, let's have turned away from the sun. That speed creeping back up. Probably let it. In a mile we can accelerate a little bit. Okay, that's enough creeping. Put that dynamic back in. Dynamics back off. When lockdown was announced, everyone went out to the shops and the petrol stations. That's what I was complaining about tonight. We've been in lockdown for weeks now, and yeah, it was like that when I went out tonight. Just went around the corner. 20 cars parked at the corner store. 4 people in the corner store. 16 people missing. and traffic just everywhere. Trying to manage the speed so that we don't accelerate too much and we don't like come to a crawling halt. The hill is undulating. There's a word for you, undulating. Getting close to that overspeed again, so I'm going to have to push in a bit more brake. Ah, the hill is increasing in its descent. Yeah. I haven't been in a hospital for a long time, apart from to get my my shots for the vaccine. Actually, was that even a hospital? Yeah, it was, actually. Sunshine Hospital. It's more like the car park of the hospital, but still. Got to get used to this idea of, even though the hill has undulated a little bit flatter, the rest of the train is still pushing us down. Is that Christchurch or like Florida? No one cares about masks in Christchurch. Interesting enough. Speed seems steady. Christchurch, Florida. There you go. Green light. Just a bridge. Wonder how that river is, or the stream, creek, whatever that is. There's weight going downhill pretty heavy. I'm imagining the river flows pretty quickly on its way down this hill. The sim doesn't currently have steam trains, unfortunately. It's a add-on that they want to bring out, but as it stands right now, no steam. Boo-hoo. It's only diesels and electrics at the moment. Only 3 routes really. There's this route, which you can do a few different activities on. 3 different locomotives, all diesels, and there's the German route, which is the IC Intercity Express passenger train, and then there's the London Underground, which is your standard London Underground train. You can buy a few add-ons, but none of the add-ons are steam trains yet. There was talk about putting them in, but it hasn't happened as of yet. I like how if you're going a little bit too slowly, just release your brakes a little bit and you're going to speed up pretty soon, especially coming down this hill. Sometimes too much. Just trying to anticipate how that how the difference in braking is going to change how we're going to slow down. Need quite a bit of concentration on this train when it's going down the hill. There you go, it's slowing down again. Street lights, look at that. We have a yellow. Interesting. We're in dynamic brake 7, so I'll probably need to add a little bit more service to brake. In the next mile we want to be about 15. Must be catching up to that train in front of us. I guess it's possible a different train is using a switching point. Let's get into full service. As I said, this train takes like 5 minutes to come to a stop coming downhill. Okay, Max. I won't remember that. Sorry. That's why I call everybody by their handles, because I can read that. Paloni. But for this message at least, I'll call you Max. Hello, Max. Yeah, trains are fun. I'm not a complete train nerdy spotter type. I can appreciate a large piece of steel rolling down the metal rails. It's a nice bit of equipment. Not as fast or as sexy as an aeroplane, but you know, it has its own appeal. And I'm not one to say no to jumping on a steam train hauled locomotive service. Yeah, trains are pretty cool. Planes be better. Trains are fine. Last time I went to Sydney back in the break between the COVID lockdowns, I went to the Thirlmere Railway Museum and sat behind a steam loco. That moment that you realise that you haven't closed your work email, and it's time to do that. Bye-bye work email. Ah, look at that. Somebody's random house with a few lights on as the evening sets in. How do you get a house off here? That's insane. It's on the wrong side of the river. How do you get there? I just suddenly realised, what the heck is that house on this side of the river? How did they get into the house? And drive across the river? Okay. I'm sure there was some bridge that I missed further up. Imagine having a house like that. It's like built on the edge of this hill. That's a pretty steep drop into the river. Like you walk out your back door and you fall down and suddenly you're wet. I've been working that speed down to 15 over the last several minutes now. Nearly there. Gonna come out of so much heavy braking. Let's hold the speed at 16 for a bit. So there's some reds. That's the other side though. We are doing 15 as expected. And it's still yellow. Cool. Yeah, it must be that train ahead of us. It wasn't that far ahead of us. Yeah, rappel or swim. Maybe helicopter in. Maybe they're on their own helicopter. To the Batcopter. Na 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 Batman. Back to just short of full dynamic. And back to half brakes. It's amazing how much speed builds up in such a short time. It's hard to get rid of it. Yeah, it's still building at a 75. The independent brake is still in. Yeah, we call that off for a bit. Okay, we seem to be steady at 28. Okay, back off to 50. And brake off to 6 as well. It's amazing sitting here arguing over single digits of miles per hour. want to go as fast as possible, but we also can't be speeding. Go about a quarter, 1/3 braking. That's a view. Oh, we got knocked back. That's this little walkway one. That hill flattened out pretty well. Of course, through the middle of a town. That's why they put the town here. Oh, we're still coming back. Okay, dynamic brakes are off, and we can release all the brakes. Build some speed back up. Wait a second. That looks red. Brakes back on, thanks. No route available. Okay, then we actually have to stop. Oh, objective complete. Okay. So, it's gone green. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Thanks. Good to know that antibodies go away after Pfizer, and that's booster shot material, or just get AZ. Good to know I got the dodgy one. It's not that dodgy, to be honest. Everyone needs boosters. $13 miles to our destination, and we can go 45, 50. That's always interesting when you have two trains come at the same crossing, almost at the same time, crossing over each other. We're just coasting right now. We've got no brakes on, we've got no engine power going. We're just idling, letting gravity do whatever it does. We will need to add some brake, so I'm going to set up the dynamic brakes now. We've got a green. And dynamic brake is about as good as it can get. We're going to need a little bit of application of train brake in a second. No, it has arrested it. Holding steady at 44. That's a good point, Inspector. The people that developed the AstraZeneca are saying that it's better. Of course they are. It's like finding Cadbury has decided that Cadbury chocolate is better than other brands. Well, of course they did. That hill flattened out. Oh, that hill is almost nothing now. Nine miles to go. Slightly uphill. Brakes are off. I'm going to start thinking about some power. On second thoughts, we're actually accelerating. Back of the train's pushing us down again. these random hills everywhere. And crossings. Ha ha ha, yeah. It's raining them instead of men. With any luck, that's a spoof. Actually, it has to be a spoof because you can't change the original. In fact, if you try to change the original, that's called a copyright infringement. Back into the down. It took longer than when I did it yesterday. Interesting. That's it, yesterday I was speed demoning around the place and doing that. Max braking. Speed, yeah, that. Ah, okay, cool. I've driven 100 miles in this kind of loco. No sooner do you come out of dynamic braking as you probably need to go back into it again. It's like the hill is flattened out. No, it's not. Earth. Let's get it slowed up. We're on the flat. Yeah, 1:35. It's 11:35 here. And I'm thinking about doing this Brazil event at whatever it is, 10 o'clock in the morning. I have to get up at like 8 in the morning. I do have a very large container of cornflakes, so I'll be having that for breakfast for the next 2 weeks. Ah, yeah, that's right. You're 30 minutes behind us in Adelaide. Good old Adelaide. Radical time difference, dude. Oh, that's a burnt out Rossi car. No, it's a normal car. Look red. One green light. Don't know what a school bus is doing at 10 to 8, but there you go. Now that's a signal I'm not really clear on. We've got yellow, green and red. Now green is a go, yellow means we're going to the right, I think. Oh, the rail. Welcome back. Ah, we're going uphill again. Cool. Dynamics can come off, and we'll go to throttle. Want to keep that speed up above 15 for a bit. About 15, there we go. There's a 15 sign. Three miles till we hit where we need to be. Coming through Cumberland now. Mirror. Oh. So it actually works. It kind of works, but not really. It only works in short distances. Didn't even know that was there. Yes, Toilet Inspector. Yellow means go as fast as you can. Until you fall off the rail and derail your train. Kind of see the rails going past in that section, so leave it that way. Kind of a fun view, that one. I like it. How's life inside the backwards facing carriage? Oh, Thega? Yes, I will be. Looking forward to some Brazil action. I have a green on the bottom, which means we're going to, I think, the left. We're changing direction anyway at some point. Diverging off this track to a different one. Not left, must be right. Felt that surge there. The wheels were slipping a little bit. Still got 2 miles to go. We're in the 50 track right now. Surely that can't last. Up to the white light. That's where we converge onto the right track. Well, back down to 0. Let's chuck in some brakes. Going in the back of the train slap into us a bit. Those little bounces, it's like thump, thump, thump. Excavator. Lots of diverging off to the right. And then one to the left. Okay, this is a stabling yard, and we shift crews. So we've got a stopping point right next to this other train here. 1 mile ahead. So in the last minutes of this stream, I will say thanks for watching, especially if you got all the way through without skipping. It's been a bit of a different thing to drive a big freight locomotive up a mountain into a coal yard and back down the mountain full of coal. Hi there, Aviator. How you doing? At nearly midnight on Friday. Here's the ironic thing. Even though we've been driving the train for, what, 3 hours? 3.5 hours now. When we stop this train, it will be in the same location as it was where we started. Of course, now it's full of fuel of coal. 6,500 tons of coal behind us. At least that's my calculation of how much we have on board. Might be wildly less or more than that, but anyhow. I'm told they carry about 130 ton. You've landed at Essendon 96 times for $4,800. Yeah, flying's not a cheap thing. That's a bunch of red up there. That's where we're headed. Are they straight up red lights, or are they the back of trains? Because we're stabling into that area now. Yeah, it's quite possible there's a whole bunch of trains sitting there waiting to go to Baltimore. And that's the tail lights of all of them. Regardless, we have to stop up here in about 500 yards. I hope that Essendon Open Day happens. Looking touch and go at the moment. 55 cases today with extended lockdown to the end of September. 1 hour a day outside. Daycare's closing. Yeah, let's get the brakes in. Get more brakes in, get the full service. There we go. And we are stopped and done. We have a gold sand patch grade. Let's go ahead and shut this thing down. Gotta go suppression. Yeah, full service suppression. Indie brake full application. Dynamic brake is off. Neutral. Headlights off. Drop these. Didn't expect that. Express train go in the other direction. Yeah, well, that stays the same. Start, stop, isolate. And the big old off button. G'day, we're off. So, yeah, that's really secure. When I say off, I mean completely off. Torch. Cool, we're done. And that is Sandpatch Grade Train Sim. Well, I hope you enjoyed the ride with us on the locomotives. Tomorrow we're flying to Brazil. Till then, I've been Musical Aviator, that's been Chat, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye for now.